Hello, good afternoon, welcome, welcome. I am feeling much better today. Also helped by the fact that YouTube is being nice and good today. That little green bar is the main thing that gives me indication that something is wrong. Long story short, multiple or over the majority of the streams in the last 2 weeks, this bar has been either permanently on the third one where it's teal, or hovering down at red and dropping frames, with no discernible reason whatsoever. But on Thursday and today it was absolutely fine, and it was on, when was it? Wednesday was when we did our extra stream. I decided to cancel, well, shove Thursday stream to today just because I was still in a mood. And I was not going to be fun to watch. Not that I necessarily think I'm fun to watch anyway, but I would have been unfun to watch. I specifically, or the things I subscribe on YouTube are explicitly stuff that are, or people who have more energy and positivity than I do. I am well aware that I need to not be consuming stuff that's making me more miserable than I already am. But yes, so plan today is to get the gold sorted. Shouldn't be too hard, we've got most of it done already, and there's some few extra things that we need to look into. I did a couple of the pirate nodes, and we did this one here, and we've got poppy seeds. We're ways off being able to use it. That's used, I think, almost exclusively for tier 3 medicine. But you do need poppy seeds to unlock it, so we've already found it and unlocked it. I believe my ship probably needs repairs, although it's set to auto repair, so that's fine. Okay. Anything else? Nah, I think it's just maintenance stuff. We've added a few extra retaining walls so that we can start digging out some more of the sand here. I think we'll grab the rest of the sand here and then send it back over to this area here. Get the rest of the sand over there. Then start nabbing the sand in this bit here. Yeah, we need to flatten this lot out so that we can get another set of retaining walls. I wish I could tell them to dig up to that retaining wall so that I could more easily grab that and shunt it right the way down at base level. But I can't. I'd have to have it at this level, and it's perfectly possible I won't be able to fit it all the way along here. Yep, there's a problem. I think we can get around that by digging this down one level. That will probably bring the sand low enough that we can put a second wall in there. But I'd much rather just be able to dig straight up to it, so I can just do it there. But problems for future me. We are starting to run low on... It's just keeping up. We need to be very careful about where we're telling these guys to dig. Might be worth me... There is some on the top level here. It might be worth me telling them to dig deeper into this, rather than just scraping the surface stuff. We can give them more place to dump over here, if we need to. They've already finished dumping here. We're going to need to be able to get over to that. Did we go through the mountain or just try and go around? I think at this point we're better off going around. It's probably going to be a while until we need to get to that. But digging through this mountain still requires us to have somewhere to dump, so... Let's Do we have an example of a large bend? A large 90-degree bend. Can you give me a copy of that, please? Okay, that's not too bad. For the sake of being able to get all the iron out of here anyway. Let's just go fill for now. Probably reasonable enough. I think we'll work on the assumption that we will actually, in the long run, we'll dig through this bit here so we can take a more direct route up to there. Yeah, that actually works nicely because there's some shoreline there that it can work with. How wide is that? That's 5 wide, and we've been making these about 6 wide more consistently. Yeah. That being the case, we can trim off some of this. Means we need to dig through more of that, but that's fine. There's not... We'll go with that, and then we'll try and figure out the specific routing of it later. So let's assign this to flatten. There we go. Do we still have this over here? We do. It was kind of allocated so that we can work with the coal mine when it comes to it. We'll set that up like that for now. Okay. Let them keep going. Yeah, this is barely keeping up, so I think... Well, even along here, it's still got plenty... I think it'll be fine. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. If we run out, then we lose power. And that is obviously a big problem. Yeah, everything over here has been given a priority of 2. Because it's a power system. Okay, let's check our gold mine. It's struggling to get rid of its dirt, but it should be... Yep, we've got a little bit of gold out of that now. Too many trucks handling dirt. Okay, so there was one thing that I did realise between episodes that we forgot. Oops. Actually, no, I probably do want that to go around there. Actually, no, we can put it over here. So yeah, no, I want to slightly reroute these. Now, here's a question. Has that extended the same type? No, it hasn't. These are standard ones. No, that is sufficient to keep up with that. That's fine, okay. What we don't currently have, or we've forgotten to plan for, is to have one of these. That's fine there, inputs. Collectively, 9 out from each of these, so that is just shy of 60 for the entire lot of them. Okay. Was we going to route that slag back along here? These output slag, don't they? Yeah. We can either route the slag to here or route it to a nearby dump. I think we just route it to a nearby dump. Because we're going to need a dump over here for slag coming from titanium production eventually. Well, we don't have to, but... that was the plan. So yeah, this does produce slag. So yeah, let's have... there's no point in me having extra pumps here because we already know that these pumps are not enough. Or these pumps will drain this reservoir on their own. So having an extra pump doesn't help. Is that in line? Thought that was in line with this. That is in line with this. again. New slates. 60 apiece. It's a lot of slag. Once this is all up and running. It'll be a while until we get to that point, but still a lot of slag. 180 between them all. Okay, that's fair. And that's a here. Got a connector down. X is cut. I thought C was copy. Control C is copy. X on its own is cut for some reason. Did I just not put the connector down, or did it remove it again? Even though that time around it wouldn't have had any reason to remove it. Okay, we need an input to these. Can I not flip the direction after I've started? Oh, that's why. Okay. This one here is our important water input. Yeah, we do need one of these. Can you go over the top? You can. Height of 3 is sufficient. I need to invert the direction of this. Okay. Right, and then we can use a height of 2 for the input. It's very clever of you, but that's not quite what I wanted you to do. Ah, you can't go over that bit at a height of 2. Okay. This part just needs the acid and things. Right, we need a container on here. Why did we not put the container down? And why did we remove it? Rocks. Getting coal from here. That gets us that. You are the only output of this. Bring you up. It still puzzles me why the maximum length that you can draw these things is slightly beyond, only slightly beyond, 3 stanchions worth. It seems weird to me. I think we have to wiggle around this bit. Okay, that's that bit. That's done. These still need their acid input. Let's route that pipe over. That goes into there. It's coming out from here. We have an acid pipe going that way. We can upgrade the initial part of the acid pipe. How much acid do we need? 12 per. There's... what is it? 12 total. 144. I need acid. I imagine we're going to need acid for titanium as well. I'd be wrong. No, we don't need acid for titanium. Let's just bring its own pipe over. And there's height of 4. Trying to see if I can find a easy route to bring it over with. Let's actually follow from here. We can't. Because it can't output above or below, it can only output at the sides. And it's already surrounded. So we'd have to fork it off of here. Okay, that'll work. We don't need to go that high up here. 2 is probably high enough. I mean, 1 is probably high enough. Let's route it with this. My int has run out of designators. We can sort that in a bit. May see the thing that isn't connected. Um, 12. It's 5 of these. Okay, that's that bit. Gonna need that higher tier. Alright, done with the sand. Let's pause for a moment because we do need to sort this out. Let's just dig down one more. Yep, that looks about right. So I want this bit, that bit, all of this. I won't keep them busy for very long, but it will keep them busy. Need to change the designator of these. Goal of all of this is to keep it flat. Less actually worried about that. Just keep those bits flat. That's already done. Same goes with all of this. Keep that flat. What I will probably end up doing is digging out this bit first. And then bring this over. So once we've done everything over here, we'll get rid of this bit here. That's as far down as we can dig underneath the railway line. Otherwise, we're going to collapse the railway line, so... And admittedly, we're not using it, but we are in process of getting it that bit ready. Okay, let that keep going. Large tree harvester has done harvesting the trees that I told it to harvest. Are there any more that I can reasonably get rid of? Nope, that space is clear. This space is clear. That'll disappear when we start mining the coal there, which I don't know if or when we do that. I think we mine that coal after we've got this one. And we save this gigantic bit of coal over here. But after all of that. Similarly with the iron, we'll go for that iron over there once we've done with this bit here and this bit here. I may even not bother with a train for this lot. It may not be necessary. That bridge is coming along. Be a while before we need that titanium, but it's coming along. Okay. Acid input is done. We need to finish reconnecting these. Oh wait, we never actually reassigned the large tree harvester. Building flywheel may collapse due to uneven terrain. Oh, it's because they're digging around it. That's fine. It should be fine. Yeah, that's better. That's refilled. Got this area nice and clear. Once this lot is built, we'll tell them to build all of this lot, and then once that lot's all done, we'll tell them to build that, and that gets us a power upgrade. And we'll see how well things keep up. Do I want to start digging down first? Not at the minute, but obviously eventually I'm going to need to go down there. Because while it's deep, there's not an insignificant amount of uranium underneath all of this extra... It'll be stone. The problem is just getting through all the rock. Well, the problem will be getting through all of the rock. Send the tree harvester back over there. You still fine? You're still full. You still fine? You're still fine. See if that lot of wood will keep up. Food's fine. All of the resources are fine. We're slowly getting back our steel. So looking over here. Still working on pollution. You repaired yet? Nope. Truck's too busy with dirt. To even come and build stuff. Right, let's get this last lot of piping up. Piping. Each of these outputs. And that consumes... So... Not quite 25 each, but I think math still works. 50, 100, 150 by this one here. We need to upgrade the pipe again. Okay, we can downgrade the pipe. Actually, we shouldn't do. Because we're going to need tier 2 pipes anyway. Okay, now tier 1s for the rest of these. Okay, there we go. Gold production facility. Almost at least. I see an immediate problem. We need to replace this bridge. The problem is quite simple. The problem is that we have 6 inputs. It's all fine. Well, technically we have 4 inputs and 1 output of water. We need an output for gold. We don't have the space for it. Okay, we're going to have to destroy this quickly and then replace it with big boy ramp. We've not given ourselves enough room here to be able to bring over other stuff over this ramp. Yeah, no, let's not worry about that. I will rejigger these so that these are going through this left-hand side. And then we're going to need this coming out. Yeah, it's basically just 60. Okay, gold only needs to come to over here. Think what we've got. We need to bring over gold ore, which is being imported directly from this one here. Bring that over here and in. We need recyclables. Gold recyclable. That's going to be 3, 4. There's a gap of 5 there, so we can bring that over to here. What was the other thing we need for This bit, sand. Sand has a storage container over here. Damn! That's a little annoying, but we can still make that work. The deciding one is going to be, I think, I need to bring it over. To here, then up. I know, we need to be up to 3 by there. That doesn't work. I wanted to try and do this without lifts. We can still do this without lifts. Just gonna have to bring it up to here instead. This one is the potential problem. We may need to give... Oh, no, we can get that to work. Now, do I want to get these to stack vertically? This one here is good. Yeah, we may as well. Oh, this one's going up to 5. That one can go up to 4. Now, why did that create an extra stanchion? Oh no, that one did as well. Yeah. If we want to do this without it, I don't know why it does that. Why it can't check the thing that it's connecting to directly and saying, oh, there's a stanchion already there. I don't need to create another one. This is very weird. And then that one can stay at level 3. Okay. That's going to come from all the way over there. That's fine. Sand, we might pull from one of these. Do we need sand for aluminium or titanium? don't need it for titanium. We don't need it for aluminium. So we can just take something out from here. Take a line out from here, route it around this way at height of 3 or something. Or run it underneath all of this stuff. Maybe height of 1 and then bring it up to height of 3 and out. Let's route the gold because the gold is easy. The gold we just take from here, come over to here, we bring that down to 2. Let's give these guys another stanchion. Bring that over to... no, let's bring it all the way down to 1. It doesn't... We don't need anything down here anyway. Okay. Is that a blue belt? That is a blue belt. It doesn't need to be, but if it's a blue belt anyway, we'll keep it a blue belt. Now that would be incredibly fortuitous if we actually did that, but I don't think we have. I think it's 4 here, I think it's 3 over there. Yeah, we are close. We are very, very close, but not quite. I have a very specific style that I want these stanchions to be, and that is on the either side of each individual rail line, and no extra ones unless they absolutely have to have them. Okay. This one, for example, is allowed it because we do actually want to bring this that's 3 and 4, so we will have to bring that up to 5. Might tweak this side a little bit. We could bring it down to 2, but we would have to then bring it up again to get over the last bit of the railway line. So we'll take it over to 5, so we go over the top of this. Do you really need to create that extra stanchion? Let's route it from this side. Good, we can get it over. Excuse you? Oh! You're not actually up to height of 3 yet. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, so that's going to need a lift. That is too high a lift. Actually, no. If we take it all, if we do that, we can just take it all the way up to 5. This is the wrong tier of belts. Okay, try again. I didn't realise we still had the game paused. We shouldn't have done because we need things to be working in the background. And we do all of this fiddly routing business. Bollocks, wrong button. Try again. Okay, that's that one. Next, we'll bring sand out. Bring it up to a height of 1. Is that sufficient enough to get underneath all of this? It is, okay. Which way to take it? We'll take it the more direct route, so... I think that one there is height of 3 still. That's fine. Oops. Okay, that's most of the connections. I think, what's the last one we need to get in here? We need to bring salt over. It's the only one left. I just took a drink of my cola and it surprised me for a second because I thought it was tea, because it's usually tea. I might have spilt some, or is it just... Ah, no, it's just because it's cold. It has condensated. Because ordinarily I have a cup of cola with my dinner or my tea if I'm having, or whatever I'm having at 12 o'clock. But I went into autopilot, and since I was making myself lunch tea, it's the same thing for me. Rather than a dinner, a hot cooked dinner, I went into autopilot and made a cup of tea rather than cola. So, rather than making myself another cup of tea, I got myself a cup of cola. I say cola, it's Pepsi Max. Not the same thing. So yeah, I made myself some Pepsi Max, or poured myself some Pepsi Max to balance things out. And subsequently forgot, so when I picked it up to have a sip of it, it didn't taste like cola, or didn't taste like tea. I was like, what the hell? Okay. We are going to need to cross that over. I think this is the only other thing salt is used for. After, I think this is using glass, isn't it? Yeah, other than glass. Over here. Double check it the easy way. Oh no, it is going to be used in titanium production. So this is actually, or we do want to route its own supply. Ideally. We put that there to allow us to get limestone over. Let's route it out this way, so it's following a similar kind of pattern. I don't think we can get it height of 2. No, we're going to need it height of 1 again. But we can bring it next to. It does want to be on the other side, so... Yeah, no, that ain't gonna work for me. I'm gonna need you to hold there. While I connect this to prevent you from trying to find a path you can't find. Okay. Okay, you can find a way over. That's going to be your only way into there. That being the case, I would prefer to bring this over to this side. Since we know we're going to have titanium production over here anyway. And that'll let us get salts titanium. Okay, I think that's everything. At least everything for this particular piece. Oh, you've gone through all your iron. At least all of the iron that I had allocated you. I think I upgraded this one to a big digger, yeah. And 2 big dump trucks. Okay, that's all fine. Ah, no, it's just that the iron that you can get there is deep. Might be worth me starting to dig down, focus on this bit here, or focus on digging more of this bit out. And then just allow the cliff to collapse in and clear it out that way. As we're going down. Okay, tidy up the bit that you've done. But otherwise, we'll start sending you deeper into the cliff. Still hard to get that bit. Oh, they are both mega excavators. And I don't need you anymore. Go help everyone else with dumping operations. You got plenty of people working with. We need more population. We probably are going to need population. Let's get the next one of these up. Get the next 2 of these up. Finish the area. I kind of wish they didn't or hadn't moved over to there, but that's fine. All of this is going to cause a problem. The problem is how far the trucks are having to go to dump their cargo now. Because there's not really any benefit to me expanding this out any further than I already have. And we need them building those bridges. So I think we just... Whoa! Almost done here as well. Which means they're going to have to go even further to start building the next bridges. Do I have a spare digger? Not at the minute. We're going to need it over here soon, though. I have spare diggers around. Are they done with this? Not quite. And I think there's 2 allocated to this, so we can borrow one of them. I do not need you to be running a particularly quick task. I assume we have one over here as well. Oh no, we've reclaimed that. Yeah, that's fine. It's complained about the area over there that hasn't quite filled in yet. Right. We can quick build some of this stuff if we can get a little bit more unity. Rather than having to wait on the trucks. So let's get this lot running. If memory serves, we do in fact need... You don't tell me. You tell me? Yeah. Gonna need 26 and 40. This may be not enough to keep things running. We have been stockpiling circuits. We may need to bring another one of these online as well. We'll have to see how things go. Oops, I forgot to have my Twitch chat up. Fortunately, no one of importance has tried to contact us, but we have had the usual. And we shall ban them for such. Their account will disappear within 24 hours. Okay. Yeah, these are stockpiling so that they can be sent over first and foremost. Actually, no. Not yet. And we only need 2 of those. No, let's not. Yeah, I was wondering whether or not I should spend some more of this, but I think not. We just need to... Only 2? Oh yeah, because we disabled half of them. 8 to 4. We do need both of these up though. I think we paused one of those because of a steel issue. We may still have a insufficient steel issue, particularly now that we're running these as well, but we'll see. The thing that was consuming more of the steel was this lot over here, and this is about full. That one's full. It's starting to fill construction part 3s. Yeah, and vehicles are now coming over to here to build this stuff. Good, good. I do have the area allocated correctly, yes. I think because of what we're digging in there. Now, let me try and encourage them to do this bit first. And then once they've done that bit, we'll actually widen this out a little bit. Which will give them many more places to dump. There's actually a decent amount more copper underneath there. The reason I dug down that far was so that we could get a train track straight over the top of it easily. So, for example, it should, yeah, note that it doesn't need to go up and down there. But it's going to be a while until we actually need to get a train line through there. So what we'll think we'll do instead is I might pull one of the copper things from over here. Upgrade this on 2 of these. Send them over here to widen this. So that we can then dig down without it collapsing entirely in and blocking everything up. Okay, that excavator should about have something over there it can dig now. I don't want to look at it, I want you to select it. Yeah, it's getting close. Right, so they built that? Good, they built that. The train should be almost finished, I imagine. Yeah, they need to bring a few more things over. Now that we've got the extra unity, we can just throw that in there. So that'll get us the train. That train's going to have to come out, go all the way over here, make it back over to here. And start loading. Have they done the receiving station yet? Receiving station is done. Wait, we was going to tweak this slightly. Okay. We'll get these lines working. Oh, we never emergency built the bridge. Is that everything, including that? Yep, good. Okay. Get these online. Which one do we want to use as primary for the time being? Do we build the near ones or the far ones? Build the near ones. Let's bring a couple online. And that is effectively that bit. That needs something importing to it, so we'll get that built sooner rather than later. Everything else I can kind of let the trucks do. Although, we have the Unity now. These have their ASIC connections, they have their waste outputs. Have we run out of materials? Yep, we've run out of construction materials. Okay. That's gold processing. That took up more space than I was expecting it to. But that's mostly just because I didn't really appreciate just how little gold you get out of it. This might actually not be capable of keeping up. Okay, I've got the bit of the wall there. There is some gold down there, so let's... I don't think that's going to cause this area here to collapse. You're just complaining because you're being buried at the minute, not because you're actually going to fall. There we go. The excavator now has something it can do. And with that in mind... Actually, no, that bit's perfectly wide enough. Don't we save this bit, but we do need to consider the quartz and needing to do stuff with it. Like put a train station there. Give them a little bit of extra room to work with. I think what we may end up doing with this is bridge and have the processing over here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, but we still need you to actually dig this stuff out. All of this stuff has been done. You shouldn't be accidentally dropping stuff in any of it. This stuff they might still do. Okay. We'll queue up the flywheels later. We'll queue this lot up now. We are seeing downward trends. Only slightly. Yep, that's slowly going down. This one here is probably the bigger one to keep an eye on. Okay, we can use some of that Unity. For things. That's what I'm looking for. Still 7. 6.6. No, it's stable. This is actually a little bit more of a mess than I thought it was. But it's working. The system works, we can't complain too much. Vehicles are coming over to there to park. Vehicles are delivering to here. That's a good point. Vehicles are delivering to here. We should probably get rid of a few of those. And we can replace that. They're still... Why? Why? This is a straight line. It is a straight line. Why are you going up and along there? It makes no sense. None of these are currently, but the dirt tells us that vehicles are doing that. Hugging the train track for no valid reason. Here we go. Perfectly viable straight route with concrete, and nope, I'm going up this way. Don't make me gate you in entirely. I'm fairly sure even if I was to extend this out to, say, here. And I was to take this block here. What are we looking at? Just underneath this. And jam it here. Not going to build that one. They're still going to do that. Not stay on the given path. Some of them. Yep. Okay, fine. I didn't want to use ghost buildings to stop you from not using the allocated road. But if I have to use ghost buildings, I will use ghost buildings. There. Waste my maintenance now. Okay. He's stuck. Oh no! It's just that the actual path down here was never built to be wide enough to let you down. Not a lot I can do about that, except replace you. You'll have to find a different place that you can go. Do we need... By the looks of it, yes, we do need another one of these. You can service the main one. Oh yeah, we're rapidly losing circuits now. You most definitely need another one of these online. Let's consume a little bit of extra steel. Now that the end of this is done. Actually no, because we're now consuming some of that stuff, so that's going to become a problem in the near future, but we definitely do not have the steel throughput currently, fairly sure. So long as we keep on top of it and it doesn't run out, then all is well. Okay. Right, we have the extra unity, let's turn something on. Save some steel that way. We could look at building... Where is it? Landmarks. 4% reduction of maintenance requirements, but you need to feed it fuel gas. How much fuel gas? Statue that not just demonstrates the wealth of your island, but also serves to celebrate your industrial successes. It has such a positive effect on your population that it reduces your island's maintenance requirements by 4%. In order to get the bonus, the statue needs to be provided with fuel gas on a continuous basis. However, if you don't maintain your statue, you will get a negative effect, because nothing demotivates your workers from performing maintenance more than seeing a broken statue of maintenance. You can build this statue multiple times should your wealth allow it, but each additional statue's effects is reduced by half. But how much fuel gas does it need? And I can just pipe it in. I assume fire comes out of the wrench. Now what the devil is that doing there? Random pipe segment that's just been sitting there. Okay, that is not expensive. 2% fuel gas. Or 2 fuel gas per minute for a negative 4% reduction. I mean, everything is being converted to fuel gas to then be converted to hydrogen, so... But where do I want to put it? I'd like to just pipe it in because it'll be easier. We can give it its own additional supply of, or tank of fuel. Could build 2 of them, 6% reduction. I think that's about as far as I'm willing to waste materials on it though. We don't have the red at the moment. Does it just have another upgrade in it? Captain's office. That was the last captain's office. There's captain's office 2. So it is down this line if it's anywhere. No, there is not currently a 3rd captain's office. You went through that copper quickly. I shouldn't be surprised. Copper is currently the thing we do consume the most of. Just nom the lot of it. Oh, did I not build those? I think I didn't build those because we needed to fix the slope. because we still have an enormous amount of income. Just allow me better visualize what bits of this we can't currently get at, and is further down. Now we can see the surface level copper there. There we go. This one's slightly deeper, yeah. So when we move over to that, it's going to be less of an issue. But we do need to get over to here eventually. Although looking at it, there's less here than I was hoping there would be. If that runs out before we have a rocket, we currently have a problem, because I don't think... There's no more copper that way. There's only a small amount on this island. Ah, wait, no, this is the big bit. We need to get through this cliff here to get over to here. But that's where the major load of copper is on the map. May as well. I don't think we need food saver at the moment. And we have just bumped our population back up to where it was. Have you been repaired? No, and I can't accelerate your repairs. Oh, damn it. I didn't know you needed machine parts. We're only making enough to keep up with that lot. Okay, so I kinda want to have these flanking this. We've not got a reason to have a digger be able to get over to here, although I'd still prefer to bring the fuel line along here. So I'll bring the fuel to there. The input for this needs to be at a height of 4, because we might need dump trucks to get underneath it. They are going to collide. See a route. We can connect directly to the fuel gas tank. Okay. Extra maintenance reduction for a small amount of fuel gas. I'll take that. Oh. That's coal designation. Okay, and once we've done that, then we're going to have to go down further. Still a fair bit of coal under here. Okay, that's stabilized. We are consuming these. I wonder why that has stabilized, given the fact that we've not actually reduced production. Right, consumption has just run out because it's reached the minimum amount it's willing to output from it. And this makes its own circuit, so we don't even need to worry about that. Well, they've almost got these done. That's something we can do in the meantime. Did I have another reason to bring train over to this bit specifically? No, not really. I don't think uranium's going to be exported anywhere. There's really no other reason to have it out here. There's nothing else on this island on this bit other than the uranium. The limestone, maybe. Okay, yeah, we should factor in possibility of wanting to do something with the limestone. We can come off from here. Okay, actually, we may want to get... We are going to want to get a digger over to these piles. That is something we will want to do. We have so much of the rest of this underground. I see no reason why we shouldn't bring this pipe underground as well. I would like to do that, but actually no, we can do... If we do that, then it shouldn't dig out the foundations of that, and we can do this a little bit cleaner, hopefully. Like, we've got so many other underground pipes, there's no reason not to add some more. Keeps them out of the way, doesn't require us to build a ramp. How are you doing? Well, you're already full. That was not expected. Oh, we're almost at tea time. Good. These ones do want to just be smaller ones, don't they? Yeah. The bigger ones are at the other side. We need an additional train being prepped. I think we're only going to need the one of these. 2 hydrogen. 6 flatbeds. We do not have a line for this yet. Yeah, it's 2 and 6. I don't know whether or not we've labelled these. Gold supply, new line. Let's stop. Collect the gold here. Drop off the gold here. And on your way back, visit the refueling station. Yeah. You will wait until you're empty of products. You will wait until you are full of products. This is gold bars. And we'll give it the gold and black colour. Let's actually change the colour of this to that one. Just so it's slightly distinguished from sand. I don't think there's... Is there a better colour we can use for limestone? Not using that for anything. Okay, now we need to prep the train. Go in for gold bar lines, build. We could actually slightly reduce the routes things need to take to get to here. Maybe. No, I think this is... yeah. We can't adjust that any either. So if we wanted to allow trains to get allow a path or a shorter path, we'd have to allow them to come this way. And it's not that much shorter, so we'll not worry. Okay. There's a lot of water. Too full of uranium. This is a good problem to have. Doesn't sound like it should be, but it is. Yeah, we're rapidly going through our steel just to make this stuff. I'll need to, between episodes, when we come around to it, allow these stockpiles to fill. After we've got all of this running, we may need to do some prep for being able to move our what are they called? Copper mines. This isn't going to run out anytime soon, and neither is this, but I am concerned with how quickly we're going through this. Did they get around to this yet? No, because we need that built. Let's give this a higher priority. Do we have a copper mine on map? That's sulfur. In fact, that's a sulfur mine we're currently using, aren't we? No. Yes. Yeah, that's a sulfur mine we're using. They're blue if we haven't got anything on them. That's coal, that's quartz, that's bauxite. That's water of all things. Uranium. Next uranium. No more mines over here. Limestone. We need to see if we can find a copper mine on this map. We may be able to do it via contracts. I think there's one for... Oh, yeah, there's one for iron ore to copper. It's a one-to-one trade. But the iron ore is so far away. That's not too bad. Get slightly more out of this one. Consumes twice as much copper. Plastic, steel. We're not making... Wait, we're not making iron. What part of this process needed iron? It must be the basic research needing mechanical parts. I mean, honestly, I think the iron to copper one is probably better for us. At least if it comes down to it. Because this is consuming sand, and we don't exactly have a lot of sand. Sand is something that I am concerned that we will run out of. There's still a reasonable amount left in there, but that's not a massive amount. Neither is this. And then that's the only other easily accessible one. A nice healthy amount over there, but we need to dig through a mountain to get to it. Yeah, let's prep for well, that one doesn't, or this one here doesn't need the train line going to it. I mean, we could set one up so that we have the train ready for when we eventually start using that one over there. That absolutely will need the train line. We can service this with trucks, because it's just got to come down to here. But we will need a bigger diggers and things. So we're going to need more mechanical parts. We have a nice amount to work with at the minute. Oh, we are getting gold bars, or at least we should be, if we hadn't missed something. Which one of these is missing something? Oh, that's what's missing. Put that as priority 2 so that we can get some gold coming in. We have everything else ready, it's just not got one of those. Yeah, with bigger diggers and a few dump trucks, then I think we'll be fine on copper for the short term. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Same with this iron over here. It should be fine. To just wheel it back and forth. Limestone as well, actually. Although this isn't configured for limestone, we would be able to configure it for limestone. But if we already have the train, and the train's not going back and forth too often, we could pump out the oil just for the sake of getting rid of it. I don't see any reason not to. I think... yeah. Let's pump down, or pump the oil out. We don't need it pumping out particularly quickly, but we may as well. Oil pump. I mean, 1 is fine. 1 is fine. That is fine. You'll be holding crude oil. Export it. Not a particularly high priority. Right, lowest priority. $30,000 there. 20,000 there. There's a slightly bigger chunk of oil over here. Do we have a... We probably don't. Let's build ourselves a spare one of these to just leave running about. They're keeping up with demand, or at least I assume they are. The trains here, that's why this is running out. I'm just going to pin this and leave this over here. I'm curious as to whether or not the vehicle management system will send a small truck to here when both of the available, or when it has 2 trucks assigned to it available, or if it will only send trucks over to here if one of the, or all of the 3 that are supposed to supply it are out. Now, how did that happen? How did that happen? That should have been impossible. Oh. I must have fat-fingered that at some point. I need you as a priority to... Oh, god damn it. Need them to do that sooner rather than later. There's actually no trains on that bit, so it's not that big of a deal. But if we do that, I wonder if that was the result of the small delay that there is between clicking and performing an action. So, for example, if I click and move the mouse, it doesn't always, or my mouse is over here by the time that goes down. And sometimes the click then registers where your mouse is rather than where it was. Are you capable of holding garbage? I don't want to unassign the sorter, I just want a vehicle to come and grab it. Now that is not something I expected to see. How did that happen? How did it run out of fuel? This is all scaled 1-to-1 so that it should provide it to 100%. Take these two as priority inputs. But this actually ran out of fuel. I'm surprised it didn't melt down. Maybe it did melt down. This isn't running because this doesn't have enough watts. No, they're output full. Oh, depleted uranium. These are capped off. I should have, and I didn't do, add a warning to this. I want to know if it is more than 25% full. And because these are part of the power system, they should get power before everything else. It doesn't help the fact that these ended up getting full, but... Okay, just in case this is the problem. Should it be? It shouldn't... Actually... No, it shouldn't be. These pipes hold 140. Or 450 rather. It's easily enough to serve those. So I wonder how the hell these managed to get themselves full at the same time that this ran out of fuel. Actually, did this have water in it? No, it didn't. Okay, that's recovering. I'm still not sure how these managed to get full of water. What I'd love to be able to do is say, I want more configurability. So this is nice. This is really nice. But can I set this upon a particular belt, like this one here? Only accept from this belt if you have less than this. That would be more convenient, but... Okay, 2.5, no, the belt's plenty fast enough to keep all of this empty. Hello, Nas. Going good, thank you. How's you? Well, I say it's going good, other than our power system having just entirely died because we forgot to keep an eye on this. There's an exhaust output? Well, bollocks. I'm going to need to redo this bit. How did I not see that? Okay, is there sufficient space? There should be. I may have to do it or tweak the way that I was building this, but I think I can get this to fit. Smelting, gold furnace. Can I do it this way, or will I need to flip them? I need to flip them, that's fine. We'll need to bring the sand up slightly sooner. And thankfully these are both loose, so that's not going to matter. Actually, no, we'll have the sand on this one. What was the input rate for all of these? 18, 20, call it. So we needed a loose blue belt up until here. Wait, no, it's 20 each. So 3. Up until here. Okay, we are not going to be able to get a vehicle around to here to throw the ore or the gold concentrate back in. We'll have to void it from the shipyard. Okay, exhaust. Down the back, over to here, and into this pipe, I want to say? No, that pipe. May need to increase the size of that pipe. We'll see. It's 12 each. So across the lot of them, we'll need a blue pipe for the last bit. Pipe 3. And I thought... It indicated it was gonna put a fucking pipe connector down there. Why does this game love deleting pipe connectors so much? It's so bloody annoying. Okay. And we need tier 2 pipe. Over the top of here. Right, we might as well just bring it straight the way along and connect it into that one there. Okay. These are exhausts, so that's all going in the right direction. Right, we should pre-upgrade these. So collectively, we're looking at 72 coming over to here. That makes 120. So the output from here is going to need to be eventually a tier 3. So let's just upgrade them all the way along the way. Okay, there we go. That's that problem fixed. Back to keeping an eye on this stuff. Okay, I need to pause you until you've got a backlog of fuel. Although, this should all be running at full speed. Working, working, working. This all produces 2. That feeds in and makes 2. You running at full capacity consume 2. I suppose the problem is that we need to get it up to heat, and it's still trying to catch up. So it's a good job this one was backed up with fuel. It's not a problem that's going to appear on the other side because this is an even split. So yeah, the input's all fine here. You've got plenty of rocks, we don't need to worry about that. Now let's make sure you have plenty of rocks for long into the future. Okay. What I would have preferred is a warning on these telling me that they've reached their maximum height. That would have been nice to know in advance. Okay, let's clear that out because there's nowhere we can put it. Vehicles won't be able to get to it to deliver it. Okay, we've got something. I have to come back and keep an eye on that, but that looks like it's okay. It's aluminium drop, that's titanium. This one's golden, it's not paused, good. Train is not ready. For reasons I cannot explain, because vehicles are allowed to grab from here. That's just the belt that isn't allowed to take from there. Oh wait, no. That's missing. All of these should have export enable on them. There we go, better. Okay, now I'll do that. Where was they getting it from previously, if they wasn't exporting it from here? Because we definitely built a train. Ah no, I clicked the button to make it build faster. Okay, and you're just waiting for jobs. Presumably, you're just waiting for... Didn't I... Oh, we shouldn't be out. We should have stockpiles. We have stockpiles. Why am I not allowed to fast build that? Strange, but yeah, I forgot. Some buildings cannot be built like that and have to be built with vehicles. Okay, that's good. And you're making your way through here. Excellent. And we have all of these spaces here. I wonder how well this is going to go. I'm expecting it won't work. That I'll have to do something special to be able to allow vehicles to get down to it. Little on and off ramps on either side of it or something. That's the next bridge once they've finished going through here. And that does mean that I need to give them more places to dump. Actually, no, because they have all of that currently. Yeah, no, they've got plenty of places to dump. Okay, good. I have cleared out the error. Mostly. You get that bit as well. They appear to be perfectly happy to grab this from here, but not this. Okay, now you can have your old thing back. And I will replace the broken part of the track. Maybe better. Okay. Let's bring it online. Yeah, this should work better because there's more storage in this pipe. So I don't think we need to worry about it. I'm very concerned with the fact that they did in fact fill up with steam. Or rather, these backlogged with water. How did that happen? How could that have happened? The outputs of those are equal to the cooling towers. So that should never have been a factor. These stopped because they were full of water. I think I know what happened. The reactors don't immediately just run out of, or don't immediately just stop if they run out of fuel. They have to cool down. No, because it's still consuming the same amount of water as it's producing. I don't know. That's weird. Okay. Ship is repaired. We can send it out again. Where to? Places that have +470 combat strength. Ah, wait, no, that is it. Any steam that is in the system currently is not currently water, which may sound obvious, but the entire point of this pipe here is to keep this tank full of water. Now, ordinarily, the steam that's in the system is being immediately cycled back out into water and into here. But while it's heating up, this has a fairly high buffer of steam that it's kept. So everything that's been converted to high-powered steam, when it's turned off, it's no longer consuming the water. Okay, so yeah, no. It was never going to melt down. It was not going to melt down. It was just going to have cooled down to the point where there was just residual steam in the system that it couldn't get rid of because the tank had been refilled. But if it had started consuming water again, the tank would have been empty, that water would have come from what was in here, that would have filtered out everything else. So yeah, no. It's fine. It's fine. I am a little surprised about how little pollution we have, given we are getting a little bit of air pollution still from somewhere. Not sure where. Radiation must be coming from, yeah, the small amount that has to be travelled or traversed on the belt. For every minute now. In theory, I could reduce that amount of pollution just by putting much faster belts down. So it gets to the reprocessing plant quicker, but it's not enough to, well, it wasn't enough to cause a health problem, so I don't think it's anything we need to actually worry about. Okay. More electronics. You're coming back. Where to send you next? That one. That one. Yeah, we'll send it to that one next, because passing by this will let us know if there's anything else over here, because I believe we have a scout range of 2. Then we'll need to send them... Well, that's just loot. But yeah, we may as well get it. Okay. Power system is fixed and running, will hopefully notify us if it's going to get blocked up again. Gold is being sent over to here. Oh! This actually hasn't been built yet. The gold's still filtering through the belt. Not currently able to run constantly because this hasn't been completed. That's fine. Okay. Well, that's up. We are getting low on steel. Wait, are we really... Actually, no, it's just that we're not making enough circuits. That's fine. Okay, looking at this, we shouldn't need to add an additional ramp. That should be more than enough. Okay, we have finished our research. Now we get to decide what we should be planning for next. Do we go towards the data center, or do we get aluminium production done first? Even though really aluminium is only useful to us for stuff in the future. Whereas circuits we could start making now. Yeah, he's lab 4 anyway. Moving over to this might be useful to take, so that we can make proper use of mainframes. Or rather, get rid of our mainframes. But what benefit does the rocket have until you have access, or until you need to get to orbital research? It's all very well saying we can build a space station, but it doesn't tell us why we would want to. Cargo rocket capable of delivering a payload order, use hydrogen and oxygen. Launches rocket into space after a rocket is delivered and securely attached to the tower. It will be filled with fuel based on the rocket type. This has to match the connected fuel with the tower. Fuel is never stored at the launch pad for safety reasons. Fuel also needs to be connected since the launch process requires a large amount of it for damping the rocket exhaust shockwave. Station part basics, crude station. Requires experience operating a space station at this tier. Thinking. So, here's why I think the path is split like this. While we can get microchip production up and running and start making direct use out of it, once we reach the research lab, or the next tier of research lab, in order to progress further beyond this, we need to have started work on this, and that's going to take time. We need to set all of this up and then leave it running in order to build a space station, to get experience of operating a space station, and then crew a man or send a crewed station up. Which means we can progress along here, but we're going to hit a roadblock that will end us or require us to come back to do this anyway. And then we would have to wait for this to finish. So I think we do these first. So that we can... Yeah, we'll do up to here. And then we'll do this. Then we'll probably get this. Because, yeah, in order to unlock this, we have to have launched a space station to begin with. And then, while we're working on this, the space station can be built. Once it's built, we can start working on a crewed space station. We can pre-prep it, though. We can get food packs and this lot ready. Okay, so... that being the case, that determines what our next task is. Our next task is to prep this area. We're just gonna... we're not building anything in this bit, so we may as well just hug this so that we don't need to worry too much about what space we're using. That's probably not going to be a problem. Let me just put some of these down so that we can visualize where that is. We are going to run that train line along there. We need to figure out where we're running this train line. All the vehicles coming this way can go under that way, so I'm not too worried about that. Which means the train line needs to loop here. Okay, things we're going to need over here. Fuel station. Standard arrangement of outputs. Gonna need station that way round. 2 loose modules. Why do I feel like this might be wrong? No, that's all fine. That was the previous one. Is that going to be long enough for 8 things around the back? It's not going to block this side either, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 heads. No, I think we need to shift this. I think we're fine on the back end. I did not want to copy it, I wanted to cut it. Plenty of room in the back end, or the front end. These are the right, or the size that I think they're supposed to be. It is 3 and 8, isn't it? Yeah. I can find the iron one, that's a better one to judge from. It is our iron train. There it is. Yeah, 3 and 8 is how we've measured them up. So, I think that should be fine. We need 6 more in front, and then 3 carts. Yeah, that's enough room. Given that we've now pulled it away from that, I think we're fine to have this back on the other side. And in fact, I think we do dig down from here. We might go across the top first, but... no, we won't have it on this side. There's fine. That should be enough room to allow... We can move this up a bit anyway. We need 2 of these. 1 of these, and because we set this up, we can actually put this nice and close. We don't have to though. Let's put it here then. Okay, and that into there. That into there. That into there. These are the wrong way round. And here. That one into there. And then this one into there. I cannot select bauxite yet. Because we do not have the research. Or we haven't collected any, more accurately. We can set up the other ones though. Aren't you supposed to show... Oh, yeah, no, you don't show your actual outputs until we've clicked it. Okay, so this one, stone, that one, dirt. This one will be bauxite. So this one is rock. This one is dirt. I'm not sure why I keep these half full. These ones make no sense to be half full. They may as well be mostly empty. Okay. Okay, that preps that bit. Oh, they've made a lot quicker progress around there. Are you really not done yet? I suppose I've only given you one vehicle to work with, so I shouldn't be that surprised. You can't get to it. Because they have not optimally dug this out. I don't think there's any way I can fix that other than to recover it, but even then, you're going to have the same problem. I need you to go over to there. I mean, this will eventually figure it out, because every time I tell it to move it, it's destroying what's in the bucket. There we go. Come all the way over to here and do that bit first. Work from right to left. How far through have you gone? You've got a ways to go yet. Do I just build a new digger? I mean, we probably should. We're going to upgrade them all eventually anyway. Is the intent at least. Yeah, there's a fuel station around here, isn't there? Here it is. Okay. So, import-export route, exports to there, import from here. That's not why I was thinking about diggers. We were thinking about diggers so that we can start getting through this. Are you allocated to a building or something? You are. You've been wasting your time, my friend. Yeah, let's just build an extra digger. Extra digger, extra dumper. Okay, we still have loads of Unity to play with, so I'm happy with this retaining wall. I don't think I'll build the rest of this yet. It's not like we've got anywhere we can send it to. We're under the technology. Although we do have time for our break. Let's have a quick look over here. We are now out of steel again. That will eventually cause maintenance problems. Let's bring the production speed down of this lot again. And I think we will bring this to one full line online. Probably have made that storage bigger. Or maybe just have more of them. I get the feeling if we ever get to the point where all of this is online, which may never happen, but if it does, then it's going to be too much. And we're not going to be able to keep up with graphite production and consumption. We use 3 each. So if we had 2 more, that would be 30. There's at least 2 trucks currently inbound. We could move production of them over to here, but that would require us to bring chlorine over. Or make chlorine over there. Which actually isn't that hard because we can just make the brine. We're already making the brine. I think we need chlorine for titanium anyway, but the plan was just going to be to, yeah, I think directly set up the chlorine production for titanium. Wait, scrap titanium? Oh, sorry, scrap aluminium. Oh, consumer electronics mistake, aluminium. Yeah, okay. That's where the scrap aluminium is coming from. Or will be coming from. So yeah, the option exists to... Is that... I think that's tier 2 mixer. Does it need to be? We did do for all of those. The option exists to create chlorine here and then make the graphite here. But then we'd need to find a different use for the brine over here. Well, there's other things that use chlorine. We can just not export from there. Or we could make the production don't like the waste of the carbon dioxide. We can't put a big one here though. Maybe we need a bigger carbon dioxide tank. I didn't think about how this was or the graphite consumption was going to multiply as we brought more things online. Let's remove that recipe from one of these, from the one at the end. That should hopefully guarantee that it's consuming the carbon dioxide. We may need to set up another train stop. We do have spare space for one train stop. Overproduction. Or the smelting factory. this is unallocated. It's on the wrong side. No, I think we just have vehicles handle it. We just have more of these than we currently have. You feed into there, that's fine. This one can be directly import. Shame I can't disable output to there. I mean, I'm making any copper, that copper one just isn't moving. I'll still allow these two outputs. I think we now need to bring these online for safety's sake. Did I get the belt speed wrong? And not exactly, we just haven't upgraded these. Need to speed up some of these. And then we are going to need... Where are you? Nope, you're already tier 3. So that's fine. So 50, 100, 150, 200, 200 plus. And that output belt is more than enough. Okay. Hopefully the train and the mine can keep up. Oh. That isn't good. How long has that been like that? Not long enough to run out here and here. Okay. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot I was working on this. Too many projects on the go. How much acid do we need for all of this? That's 12, 6, 12, 12. Okay. Tier 2 pipe isn't required, tier 1 is enough. That's another 12, yeah. 5 12s is 60 exactly. Where are you? Did I move it inside? Ah, yeah, we moved it over to here. That's why they were outside. Okay, temporarily remove those so that they can dump that there. I did that somewhere else. Did I change it back? I don't think it mattered. It was this one over here, wasn't it? Yeah. Compost, rock, slag. Okay, right. Got gold in there. I guess we're still waiting on the gold train. We have those pieces. It has delivered some of those pieces. Vehicles don't say they're overburdened. I'm allowed to export from here. They must be overburdened then. There must be non-spare. Fair enough. Okay, so I will go take my break. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Get myself something to drink. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back, and I notice a disturbing lack of movement here. Why? What is full? That is full. That is full because this is full, and this is full because I was an idiot. I see the problem. Now that shouldn't be true. Are you not running? Where's the pipe? There's the pipe. Ah, no, that's correct. Yes. That one has an input priority because we need to make sure that the output water from this is drained out. So yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine and correct, and we don't need to know if this is empty. If the other one is empty, that's a problem. This one, not so much. Okay, that's still full. That's still full. That's full. That is filling. Good. It's backing up again. Yeah, he's running around 2 and a bit. Will those diggers be done by now? He built a digger and a dump truck. The mega excavator isn't ready. Why not? Because I built a standard excavator. I clicked the wrong one. Ah. Upgrade it. I'll have to replace it immediately. Actually, I didn't need to do that because this is being fed by belts. That will get us back some yellow part. Then I guess I can throw into some more of these. But the intent was to reclaim those from these. Actually, no, we've actually been upgrading them, haven't I? Rather than reclaiming them, I've been doing it the wrong way around. Let's bring these up to 120. Because we are running low on some of them. Okay, with that's in there, we'll swap it out nice and quick. I'm guessing that's... We don't have anywhere near that much in storage. That would imply that we have 3.8k. Actually, maybe it's counting the stuff that's on trains currently. That might be it. It's counting the stuff that's on trains and in train depots. They're not overloaded. That's good. You know what? We have the resources. We have plenty of Unity. Actually, we've used a bunch of Unity, but... Ooh, no, they can deliver that. Actually, no, that's fine. That's going to have eaten a large amount of resources. hopefully this will start filling. It's taking the colour on, so yeah, good. It's just waiting for the flow to reach us. So long as it reaches it before this comes online, then that's all good. Does that require people? No, it just requires maintenance. We should have the copper. Yeah, we have the copper. We're just waiting on the steel. But we can't be over-consuming the steel because the steel is still needed for making sure we don't run out of maintenance. What is our current maintenance consumption production looking at? Okay, it's keeping up. Strictly speaking, if everything was running at full capacity, it would be more than we could handle, but that's fine. That's a problem. I'm a little surprised how quickly we're going through the uranium, but then if we actually think about it, the conversion process uses a lot of them. 6 to 1. It'll be less of an issue once they're going through more purer stuff. I think is the problem that I assumed that this was still down here, which would meant they would have gone through this bit first. And that bit's just pure uranium. Whereas there's some pure uranium here, but there's also a bunch of dirt. Let me... Yeah, they've gone through most of it. Yeah, it's fine. It'll do. It'll do. Let's complete this. Where is the grid? Grid is there. Okay, that's fine. I don't think that's going to be enough to allow us to get this bit of uranium here. Even if we build or manage to build a second wall. Because that's way further down than 10. Or even 15. Yeah, if we want to get that, we may need to reroute these pipes. We may need to bring them over to here. Down this line here. That will give us enough room to eventually get down to that, but we'll worry about that later when we need to build fast breeder reactors. Okay, that digger should be ready now. I gave these ones over here their own new fuel station, didn't I? Yeah. They have a fuel station. Okay, that'll allow the dump truck to get over here to start digging out that bit there. That's fine. Okay. Let's get back over to here since we now have some spare construction resources. We need this contract. Pay the displayed Unity cost to enable this contract. Once assigned to a depot, your cargo ships can begin delivery. Ongoing maintenance is 0.1. Unity per cost per ship delivery is... That's going to change. I think that's our only import goods that we can currently have access to. We are still waiting for the ship to be repaired. Yes. And this is going to be the cargo depot that will serve it. I didn't mean to quick We're still consuming more steel than we're producing. Just make sure we are producing on all of these constantly. Output is full. That is unusual. Waiting for product. Insufficient throughput of oxygen. Output is full. Ah, this one should be a tier higher. Likewise, these should be a tier higher. Something we'll have to remember when we do the other side. Oh, that's another thing that I didn't think about for water consumption. No, we should definitely have enough oxygen. And it's not being vented. Output full. Oh! We flipped it, we forgot to upgrade it. There we go. That'll fix the problem. Once it's caught up, at least. And I'm surprised this isn't getting jammed with exhaust yet. We can manually accelerate the construction of that. That can wait. These two should be more than enough for that for the short term. That's more like it. Need to make sure nothing gets jammed. Like it's not venting or getting, or like the exhaust isn't getting out or anything on those lines. I did do them, or do the math at the time, but that doesn't mean that I didn't miss something. Okay, they're not working at 100% yet, so that's fine. And that's there when it needs it. That's something that we needed to double check on. That's what I thought. We need to bring the second recycler online. It isn't keeping up anymore. You are allowed to block inputs. Actually, I should double check that all of those are correctly configured. There we go. Okay, so iron, iron, glass, glass, gold, gold, aluminium that we don't have yet. Not watch the animation, this one. Disappears into there. Okay. Don't let things important to there because we don't need to. They can reach this one. There we go. That'll keep up for a decent amount of time into the future. Just to save the little trucks the time. They may have already been on the way. Okay, this is going to overload the output slightly for a while, but that's fine. It'll eventually balance back out. Well, we finally got through that chunk of limestone. We should protect that. Don't need it at the minute, but we can clearly see that there is some down here. And we can have that without being or putting it in a dangerous position. Yeah, that's the upper line. The dangerous line is this one here. So we don't want to accidentally dig that line. So yeah, I think we can get this bit and these bits fine. And then that'll let us yeah, we can remove that bit. And then we can build the wall around to here, and then that should be fine. It won't cause any flooding after that. Okay. Looking at the belt, I think the steel is fine. I don't think any of these are wanting for resources or blocked. Yep. Still not got gold over here, so presumably, yeah, they've just not delivered it. Probably too busy with other things. I think we upgrade these when we need more people now. That... You should be fully supplied. Actually, no, we're running out of 41. That's gone up. $32. Be 48. Yeah, no, we're producing enough. This is full. It's just getting, it's the deliveries that the problem rather than anything else. Not enough trucks. Oh, I see we have... Do I want to push the button? Hey, it's up and lit. Do we have the resources for this? Yes, it's going to use all of our remaining resources. And it will reduce maintenance costs by a further 4%. Which in the long run will save us resources. We are now, however, desperately low on Unity. In fact, yeah, that upgrade there is just not worth it. This one isn't bad. I'll leave that one on. We'll leave that one off. That'll hopefully allow things to balance out over time. Which tower is complaining? This one. Do we have the space up here for our space plan or space plan? Rocket assembly. I kind of want rockets to go up there, but then if rockets go up there, we need to find out where we're going to put chips. Because I doubt very much this is going to be enough space. If we're running belts over, then we can add another production facility over here. So maybe we put chips over there. I doubt here's going to be enough room for microchips. It's a way off until we need to decide whether we're going to do words. I think it's 12? 12 buildings. Or run, it's either 12 buildings or 4 buildings, isn't it? Depends on how many inputs the building has, which we won't find out for a while. Game's still running yet. It looks like it has a decent number of inputs. They only take 4 people per. I'm hoping they're nice and small. I'm hoping the microchip machine is the equivalent in size to this. Because if it is, then we can literally just do, well, not specifically this, but chain one into another, go along a line, and then feed it into the next line, into the next line, into the next line. And then when we need more, we can just duplicate that entire structure. And if we do it that way, then... Or if it's small enough to allow us to do it that way. It is 3 per... Is it 3 or 4? It's 3, yeah. Then we have it 3 wide, 4 deep. And each individual column takes acid... These two, or takes acid and water, copper and plastic, and then gold in the last column. And we can feed those in there. And then they just take the outputs of the previous one into it. And then... we would need to... That works for the middle one. We would then need to loop it back around to the start again, which isn't that long a belt, assuming that they're roughly the same size as the constructors. So yeah, so long as they're small enough, we can figure something out. It also depends on where the ports are, but if we're looking at the building here, it looks like the ports are just going to be on the left and right hand side. Which works for me. $160, $30. Wait, that needs 4 astronauts? I thought we wasn't allowed to have a crewed space station. I suppose they must come back down again, or we're launching them to disappear into the ether. Chemical fuel. Ammonia and fuel gas. They are not things that I've accounted for, but it's 1 lot to 12. Sorry, 16. Solar cells is something that we didn't re-plan, but that's fine. I need to bring electronics up. Is there any point even launching a rocket before you can build a space station? Reinforced surface. Okay. Again, they're complaining because they've got nowhere nearby. I mean, there's no reason I can't build a bridge over to there. There is titanium on it. Still had a vehicle come over here to build it. They're too busy trying to get rid of all the rock. Is that the same text? Yeah. Life can be rough, but if you don't maintain your life can be rough if you don't maintain your stuff. And when things fail, just look. A missing entry in the service book. That might be very slowly trending downward. Very slowly. These are all perfectly filled, so that's not a problem. Can I upgrade you yet? Yes. Can't do anything with this until the trucks are done getting rid of stuff. Okay, fine. You can have a nearby location to dump some stuff. I don't think we're going to get a train over here in any way, shape or form. I mean, we could, but we'd have to run the line this way. Have another bridge for the vehicles to get over. Or track. Come along here and around here. And over this way. I think we didn't plot, or we was planning not to do it this way and go the other way. Just because of how deep this has to go. We was gonna come from this direction. Plus, if we come from this direction, then processing's gonna be up here. But we would need to knock through the mountain first. That's why we haven't done. We need to punch our way through here in order to start dumping over here. That would be one hell of a digging project. That's 14, whereas this, I think, is 30. This is all the way down at 4. Yeah, no, that would take an age. Dig through here at 14. We don't want to go down to 0 because that is sea level. Yeah, no, I don't want to do this. While it would give me a nearby, we'll just continue to expand out this. But it would give me a nearby location to dump, which would be very, very nice. If we're building a bridge over to here, we need to do it from this side. It makes no sense to do it from the other way around. The problem isn't, strictly speaking, that we don't have enough vehicles. The problem is just how far the vehicles have to go to be dumping dumpable materials. Cargo ship is low on fuel. Train can't reach its destination. I'm wondering how much of this stuff is actually under the sea. And if there's actually a whole bunch of it down here that we can't see. But if we build a sufficient enough effectively dam wall, if we'll be able to find more of it down there. That's too much. All I really want to be able to do is expand out around the edge of the entire thing a little bit. Because it does look like the entire thing is made of titanium. So we can just keep filling out the edge until the overlay tells us no more titanium. Because there's titanium under the sand as well. There's not much of it there, though. Although there is a lot of sand down there. But again, we'd need to fill in the entire area and build a real big wall. No, we can go a bit further up. I think that's probably where we're going to need to come up from. Is that up? That is up. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Plans for well in the future, but there's no reason we can't start them now. At least that way they don't become a problem later. Actually, we're not digging down there, we're just digging this bit. Okay, go ahead and build that. Export to here. Import, actually no, export to there. There and there. Import from this. And then once we're done with this bit, none of that's deep enough to be down there, so we probably do want to build a ramp up. Okay, may as well prep this now. Although that's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is almost all the way down to sea level. There'll be a lot of rock to get through to actually start digging that stuff out, though. But, okay. Bring it down to 8. 8. Down 1. Flat. 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 We'll reallocate all of this stuff once we started digging this bit out. It's going to take a while for them to bridge out to that because only 2 vehicles are going to be allowed to it at any given time. Okay, you can't reach your destination. You are the gold bar train. I do apologize, train. That is absolutely a my bad. Yeah, let me make sure that doesn't happen to any other trains in the future. Okay. We're not too worried about that. Right, it's back. It has no fuel. We can fix this. Okay. You're still low. They've run out. That's full, though. That's full. It's not causing a problem yet, then. They don't need it, but... let's just give them more space to dump stuff. They bridged over to the bit over there that we need them to, so they can have this bit here now as well. Have you still been going fine? Yep, your truck must be off somewhere else. Oh, we're making profit on our steel and copper again. That must mean something is full. Or we ran out of something else. Oh no, I know what it is. The copper and iron trains got stuck. Waiting for the gold train. That's an interesting way to visualize gold bars. A single gold bar on a single pallet. On top of another single gold bar on another single pallet, rather than stacked, just stacked gold bars. Well, if it works, it works. Okay. Similar to the other one, we'll explicitly only tell you to dig through the middle so that we can gain access to the dump side on the other side of this. I'm surprised more vehicles aren't coming over to here to dump here rather than... I suppose... Ah no, this bit's done. They're done up there. Still, that does beg the question why there aren't more coming down here then. Where are you going? Where were you parked? That would make you go around the bottom rather than around the top. I haven't messed up that pathing up there, have I? No, you can get around there. Bit of a squeeze here, but you can get that way. Oh, I bet I know what it was. I bet it was down here because it was visiting the fuel station. Is that really nearer? I see the problem. Their pathing system doesn't factor in a star or anything along those lines. It's just saying, this is the nearest drop point to me. How do I get to it? I'll go this way round. Whereas technically, if it counts the fact that it has to go around the mountain and along here to dump there, it would realize this is the nearer jumping point. That's what's going on. Okay, we don't need to move those back yet. I may need to increase the number of trucks. Do we have enough trucks? We have enough trucks. If it's anything, it's a digger problem. We need more diggers. Or we need bigger diggers. I haven't seen a tree fall over as a result of digging before. They're probably not expecting you to be paying too much attention. The root point of the tree is basically at the bottom of it, and all they're doing is they're just rotating it 180 degrees so that it disappears under the ground. That's one way to do it. And nibble away at that. There's a little bit more sand there. This is going to cause a problem, I guarantee it. Because the diggers are going to start from this side, I bet. Okay, now we can dig down at least one more before that's going to cause a problem. Well, let them finish that bit over there, and then you can bring them over here. Hopefully they'll finish grabbing that bit before they decide to try and move. No, that's fine. We're waiting for them to fill the actual tank up. You'll find a place to dump eventually, don't worry. I guess that just means... yeah, they're all busy. The vehicles will figure it out. Okay. Hello, Tailgater. I'm good, thanks. Yourself? Okay, we need to prioritize a little bit harder this, since these are now emptied. We need to allow things to re-back up again. Oh! Excellent. Aluminium smelting is ready. We probably have enough time to figure that out. Once I'm sure everything else is not going to fall over in the meantime. Let's reduce these again. And reduce that again. Everything else needs to be running as fast as it is in order to keep up with more important stuff. I'll wait for the second steel train to get here and then we'll unpause those. Yeah, they're still nibbling their way through the less dense stuff. That problem will fix itself in a minute because they're grabbing that bit now. Okay. Need to keep an eye on the alerts in case something else pops up. Right. Okay. So we take the bauxite and we crush it. We then mix the bauxite with brine. It gets us hydrated alumina and red mud. The red mud we can reprocess for a little bit of extra iron. We have hydrogen over here, so we'll mix that with the hydrogen to get alumina. The alumina goes through a special smelter with some graphene. Carbon dioxide as an output. We'll have to route over to the other side. And then we run that through a metal caster. Run that through a tier 2 metal caster. Okay. Big crusher. Into chemical plants. Figure out the ratios. And while I remember, yep, that's all good and correct. Look at how deep some of that stuff is. What's going to be the better way of doing this? Doesn't appear to be any actually under here. I just don't know if I can dig straight down into it, or whether I'm going to need to have it somewhere else. We'll see how well we can dig down straight into it, I think. And if we need to do something else later, we'll figure that out then. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can reform the ramp afterwards. So... Actually, no, yeah. We want to be doing that, don't we? Just to protect this. It shouldn't need it, but better to have it and not need it, than need it and not have it. Plus, it'll allow us to correct for any errors later. Okay. Yep, wrong one. I want to come over here. I want another mech excavator and a dump truck for that specifically. Okay, back to what we were doing over here. Alright. So 72 to 72 to 36. Oh, we skipped a step. Rotary kiln. Gas rotary kiln specifically, that one. Okay, so that's nice and simple. It's just a line. And then we need a secondary part somewhere else to process the red mud. We may as well process it with acid to get the iron out of it. And that's 2 to 1? That's 2 to 1. That's simpler than I was expecting it to be. Because everything just works in a nice line, and these are all... They just connect into each other, and they still take up roughly the same amount of space. That is very, very neat and tidy, and I like it, and I appreciate it. The only problem we're going to have is the, I say problem, air quotes, The only thing we need to figure out is actually the red mud stuff. We don't get slag from any of the rest of this, do we? Why did I think that some part of this needed limestone? Oh right, because the red mud needs limestone. Is limestone used in iron or the copper sets? It's used in iron. Tempting. Very tempting. We have a space here that we could do it. This is an option. Because we also have limestone over here. So the only thing we'd need to do is pipe the red mud to here. The problem is going to be whether or not we have enough space. Acid. We don't have any acid over here, but that's just a pipe. That's not hard. We'd have to bring that to one of these two sides anyway. But that puts us near the crushed iron output. Right next to the limestone. And we'd need two of these. That's a good point. The path through. They're going that way round. Although they shouldn't need to. There's a gap 5 there. They should be able to go straight the way through that bit. I'm going to borrow you. Show me your pathing information, please. Yeah. It can get through here. And we can adjust these a little bit to give it a bit more space. Move the stanchions this way slightly. But if they can get through there, they can get through there, so here is fine. We can build up to there. I don't think we're going to have enough room to do that. No. But... Still need inputs here, inputs here. Yeah, no, it's actually more space efficient just to do it this way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6. The rate of input for bauxite we would need for this would be would be insane. But it would bring this capability up to the same capability of this. And we gave ourselves enough space that we could do it. We are going to need a lot of salt, though, for brine. Each one of these needs 24. That's 4 lots from 12. That's the wrong way around. 4 lots from 12, there it is. We need more water. Do we get any water back out of this system? We're getting 12 water there, effectively. We can't recover it all. We don't get any return from the red mud. So we get 12 from 24. We're losing more than half our water, I think. Do I want to build? I think we do want to plan for 6, just because. We don't necessarily need to put it all the way up there. We don't need to, but it's a nice space to put them. Either place works just as well. This one here is going to be bauxite. Oh, damn, we've run out of copper as well now. We need to allow that to restockpile. Do we have copper stores over here? Yes. Yeah, it's just because we accidentally allowed our trains to get blocked. Okay, that's not good. Cease your digging. How the hell do we even manage that? Okay, that's how they managed it. I didn't realise. Oh, they shouldn't have been. Oh, this bit of it shouldn't have collapsed. That should have been fine. But yeah, I can see how this bit collapsed. We can kind of resolve this. Why do you say that's bad? suppose, yeah, there's a spiky bit there. I don't want to destroy that now in case it does tear down enough to bring this down. It could collapse the rest of it. Oh, I think we're out of iron. Oh, it probably also doesn't help that they were trying to then, or would have been trying to dump sand here as well. And you go back. You can, but you need to be one higher. And you can't be because you don't have enough sand. I think we assume this is largely a lost cause, and we just try and prevent further damage. At least for now. No, that's still going to be enough to... That should be fine. If I can get them to refill in this bit, then we can recover the rest of it. But they can get rid of that bit now. That's as deep as we can take that. Yeah, this is as deep as we can bring this down. I copy that and move it here. There's gonna be so much sand underneath all of this lot that we're just gonna have to move this entire setup at some point. Once we've dug all the way down, which means we will need a temporary place to burn for sand, and then get the rest of it because there's so much here. I don't want to waste it. I don't know why this thinks it's going to collapse. What if they've gotten themselves into a pickle digging and undigging themselves? Just by the virtue of the fact that we apparently don't have that much sand. Oh, there's no more coal there. Okay. That's that layer. Further down we go. Another 2 more levels. I don't think we need to dig down. Actually, no, this bit, yes. We can always be a bit more specific about it later. I don't think we're ever going to need these, but again, as with other things, I'd rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them, because if this collapses, all of this goes down and they can't even reach that one anymore. If there is any sand there, it is a minimal amount. And the way to get it would be to go this way and then dig up. Yeah, there's not enough coal there for it to actually be a problem. And I need to adjust your area to allow you to nibble that. We ran out of iron. Why have we run out of iron? Not enough vehicles dumping it. Still. What are you not busy for? Look at all of this stuff you can come deliver to. Why are you so intent on going up to here? I've given you places to dump. Use them. Please. Here, have some more. Albeit not many of them, but just empty things out while I'm trying to catch up with the actual number of vehicles I need. Are you digging through... Ah, right, that's a largely rock face. I thought I told you to nibble away at just this bit, rather than the whole thing. Yeah, don't nibble away at this bit. There's way more in here. Well, there's a bit more in here. Nah, you may as well get a lot of it. Is this one empty? No. Where's that train? There it is. It's just finished unloading. Ah, okay. Things will catch up a little bit then. We're consuming too many resources, that's the problem. For our production. Okay, you are... No, that's fine. That's a problem I like having. So yeah, we'll have you back, please. And the pair of you... can come over to here. In fact, as you know, I don't want to sign another old truck. Dig your way through to there so that we can create another area for people to dump in. Get these bridges built. Full of stone. Why is nobody coming here? Does everywhere else have a higher priority? Ah, these are priority 5. A lot of other places must have higher priorities then. It's priority 2. Yeah, okay. This is the problem. Priority 5. To refill in and pause this. Seriously? You have all of this and you want to dump over here? You have a literal line. This isn't even connected to anything. It's confusing them. I'll have to redraw it later. I'm still shocked at how few are coming over here. They're complaining about them not being able to get to them, but nobody seems to be building this bloody bridge out. Okay, they're full of coal. That's fine. But they can still be filled with sand. Okay, good. They're trying to fill in the hole now. Let's recover one of those. Send them over to the sand area. Given that we have too much coal and not enough sand. Okay, good. That's what I was hoping to see. 1 second, there's something crawling on me. Take some off. Don't sit there, I'll splat you. Where'd that even come from? They must have already been in the house. It's not dark enough outside for them to be awake. Okay. How do they fill that bit up? Let's allocate the next chunk. Oops, I allocated that as digging rather than flattening. Oh, bollocks, I got that in the wrong position. Okay. Well, it's full and we have a lot of it. I'm going to use Unity to build everything. Just because of insufficient vehicles. Okay, these are stockpiling, and once they're full, hopefully, copper production will be sufficient. You flatlined, does that mean you're full already? No, I didn't think so. That should mean that you're producing as much as you're consuming. Okay. That's where that needs to be. I better off just moving the thing. Moving this and then rebuilding the wall down here. I think I still need to put some sort of protective wall here. I'm not going to grab this bit for now. We'll grab that bit when we start digging down. Because then it'll just start collapsing in on top of us anyway. Still low. Did we run out? We've actually run out now. Hey, at least they're coming down here now. Okay, they're making a start on that. This will give us yet another place for them to start building a bridge. Once we have all of these bridges done, then we have access to everything we're going to need for a while, and I don't need to worry about it. We'll just need to find a better place to just dump all this stuff, maybe throw it off the top of this cliff. Can they even get over there? I mean, the smaller vehicles will get over there. I think these are going to be blocked by the trees, yeah. Because it's not like we're wanting for flat areas. Okay, we thought that was the case. I mean, I could just bring the place to full capacity. But I think this is probably fine for now. Actually, let's just make sure there's not pipes being missed. I get someone to put a priority on that as well. It's a bit better. That's plenty fast enough. I think we only have one train on this route, don't we? We only have one train on most our routes at the moment. Actually, no, that's a lie. The supply routes are mostly one train. Plates and things are two. Not that we have the materials to build another train in a minute. We have built a large expansion, but we don't have the throughput nailed down yet. Okay. $4.2 per run, and that gets us a crap ton of imported goods. There's going to be a larger store of them over here. What's our actual consumption rates? It's negligible, isn't it? Yeah, less than 60. Vehicles are finding their way around there, so this is fine. Put that there. Which one is the middle one for all of these? This one here. That's not the one. There we go. I don't have to. I don't have to. I had to. Okay. Right, so that's imported goods sorted, which means that'll figure out for luxury goods. We could say keep this empty, but no, the other one's set to import anyway, so that'll be fine. No, that is stable. Is that stable though? No, that's very slowly trending downwards. And if we want to add apples to this, this needs to be the next tier of greenhouse. Running out of sugar or sugarcane or anything else, are we? No, that all looks fine. Just fruit that we can use more of. Oh, we're out of medicine though again. Because of our vehicle shortage. Although that seems to be resolving itself slowly. I think I'm going to need to run the game off camera. Allow things to restockpile. And then once things are stockpiled, then things should balance out a little bit better. The biggest problem we have in the minute is we just did a couple of large construction projects. Well, 3 in fact. This, we got gold up and running, and we built a second nuclear power plant. And because of the amount of storage in here, this is just eating resources trying to replace these. How's copper doing? It might be keeping up now. Steel's definitely keeping up. Now that we've turned all of these off. Yeah, once this is full, we'll stop using or consuming so much copper. Similar thing, this here is costing us a lot of copper. More in this than anything else. So we're just waiting for our buffers to refill. With that regard, yeah, we can leave that as is. Right, back over to here. Where do I want that? Do I want to sort this today, or do we want to wait until next week? Because the block is done. This and this will do us. Well, we want to activate 2 full lines. That's going to get us 48 aluminium. 8 to 8. These were relevant. 8 to 4. 4 to 2. There's a piece of this equation missing. There's the piece of the equation that's missing. 300. Oh wait, that's what that means. It's free. It doesn't cost. It is capable of transporting 4 crew. Not necessarily that it needs 4 crew. It has a capacity of 4 crew and 40 items. So 1 rocket can launch 40 basic station parts. I think, I'm assuming. We'll find out that on Tuesday. Okay, let's see if there's anything else we can do in the next 30 minutes. We won't worry about aluminium for now. Aluminium and rockets will be a Tuesday task. Okay, you're making your way through. Good, someone's finally built that. And that bridge is coming along. Oh, nice, he's made it through. So we need to clean this up once that's done. I can tear this down and move it over here. Although they have access to the dumpable area already. In fact, they're coming over. The question is going to be how we connect these together. I still think what we're probably going to end up needing to do, although it's going to be a pain in the ass to do it. Oh no, that works. We'll need to do like that on either side. To give vehicles a way up and down. But I'll see whether or not just dumping in this fashion leaves a appropriate enough slope. I'm guessing no. But we'll see what they manage. We probably also actually want to get the woodcutter over here. Why can't that be nice straight? Why can't it be this way or this way? Why has it got to be a diagonal? We are going to want to be up there. We want access to the sand. Actually. No. They're slightly different heights. Now, you shouldn't have done that. That is absolutely wrong. Nope, never mind. I didn't notice that there was one higher. It's not incorrect. I am wrong. No, we need... Do-do-do. I thought this was all this height all the way around. It's not. It's another mistake we've made trying to get the most out of this sand area. There ain't no way I can replace this. Nah, we're not going to be able to repair that. Thankfully, it's not that big of a deal. So long as the rest of that doesn't fall down, then it's fine. If the rest of that falls down, it takes the train track with it. Okay, you're done with this area. We can't bring this down any further, at least not on this level here. You know, let's start you working on the safer side of things. You can dig all of this down to 2. Including this bit under there. And while you're at it, you may as well get that bit as well. Actually, no, that bit might be dangerous. We've not protected this. If I do put a protective wall around it, it's probably going to be enough. Around that bit. Then I reckon it will let us dig that out and it won't fall down. That bit I know is fine, because that's all the same height. This is higher. There's an easy way to find out. If we allow it to dig this bit out, that'll let us know how much of this is going to collapse. So you can go to that bit. It might be too late. It took out another part of the wall. Ooh. I don't suppose with that sand there's enough to plug the gap. I wasn't... My Alexa lit up for some reason. We can plug the gap. It's at risk, but nothing else is going to fall down, so it's fine. Nah. Oh. Coal is done. Actually, no. And we'll work from there. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to delete it because that mutes all warnings of that nature. Carbon dioxide output is full. Pipe not big enough? You already have a pretty big pipe. Aha! How? I don't know. Fixed. Don't know how. Fixed. Okay, there we go. That will start lowering our fuel gas. This is filled off its own pipes. Oh, that should be okay. We have almost no construction materials given that we've pared them down to just single machines. Now, apparently entirely out of copper though. Is there a reason for that? Are you all running? You're not. Why? That'll do it. Is that a production problem or a supply problem? It's a supply problem. Which makes sense. We have increased the amount of acid we're using over there fairly significantly. Okay. Let's bring you into view. Let's follow you. Because what we're going to do is we are going to send it back to be recycled once it's emptied itself out. And then we will send it over to the part depot so that we can recover all these carts, and then we just need to build these two. So if I actually get that to duplicate, we do that. Then that will keep that saved. I don't think 50% increase of throughput is probably going to be enough, but we don't have the materials to build a copy of this train or even a copy of... Oh, one with 6 carts on it. Okay. Going to be scrapped. Okay, I was wondering, like, whether or not we're getting to a point where there's too much traffic coming over here. The vehicles would never be able to cross. And while there is a lot of traffic, there's not too much, I don't think. Yeah, they do have enough time to get through. Got a couple of things struggling to find destinations. 5 long walls going to collapse. The ore sorting plant is still going to collapse. Okay. And this is why we did it this way round. That disappears in there. We get the carts. We build that, and now it's significantly cheaper. Okay. Good, this lot isn't currently trying to collapse. In fact, just by digging out this bit, they're actually getting the sand behind it anyway. So I don't think we need to dig that bit out at all. Oops, can you not try and refill that with sand? I don't think we can get any further down here on this bit. It's basically as deep as we can go. We'll just have to angle downwards on these sides and grab as much of this as we can. While I have sand on my mind, although momentary distraction, gold. Oh, did we not do that? We did not. I think I had the wrong one selected. I see some gold there. Right the way along here then. Okay, which batch of sand am I going to try and grab next? That's fairly deep, but it comes with limestone. I think this lot. Do we just dump over here or do we train it in? I mean, we've no way to actually get the output of this into where we need to, so I think we need its own thing. We'll need to replace or add this loop over on this side because the train's going to come up this way. And then it'll need to go around to get to here. So the order of operations will also need to change the refueling station for it. Or the order it goes to the refueling station. We need to go to the pickup, then the refueling station, then drop off. So yeah, we'll go with this batch of sand first. I mean, look at all of this sand down here. Look at all of it. I can't do anything with it. Not without filling the entire thing in with dirt first. And I don't know how effective that is, because I don't know how deep that sand is. You know what? We need another dump area to dump anyway. There's clearly sand down there. Much further, and I can't... The water's too opaque to see it if it's still sand. We'll come out this far. And we'll see how much sand is down there. Because I don't think just blocking off the water works. I think we literally have to fill in. Because there's not like a pump we can use to pump the water out. We have to fill it in. And then barricade it off, wall it off. And then we'll have to dig it back out again. And while we're digging it back out, we can potentially dump it back on the other side. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, they have another place to dump. We'll see whether or not that comes of anything comes of that. Yeah, if I dig this bit out, that's going to collapse. I want to give them 2 solid bits to drive up and down on. I want to put that there or here. just to prevent any extra slippage that we don't want. There we go. You can dig down that bit as well. Okay, I'll give them permission to dig all of this because I know that this bit is at least all safe for them to dig. And likewise, all of that is safe. Not that bit. And all of this bit. Probably didn't need that bit, but the rest of it, yes. I think the rest of it we do need. Okay, that should be alright, I think, hopefully. We can bring this ramp a little bit closer. And that's a good point. This bit here is also a place that we can now probably start digging out, but we do need to protect. Damn it. Why can't I flatten out that little bit there to get just that little bit closer? Because otherwise I'm not going to be able to dig as much out of here. Actually, that's probably enough. We will have to be very careful digging all of this out. Dig it out one step at a time. This seems a bit excessive. This is a bit excessive. Would I be better off just waiting? Well, I am going to have to redo the entire train line. We'd need to figure out some other route for this. And there isn't really one. At best, we could probably bring it down to here, take this down, and have a more direct line. But that is going to leave or a bunch of stuff there. There isn't that much there, though. I should never built on the top of this in the first place. It caused problems. Yeah, what we'll do is... we'll get the last remaining easy bits out of here. And then we may, once this is gone, think of a different way to rebuild this. I mean, we have space over here. We could just put the train stations, like over here or over here, or the train station for sand over here. Reroute this way. So move that. Now, why are you picking up gravel? I didn't... Oh! Maybe they're actually coming over to here to build this. Fair enough. I should set this as a higher priority so that they do extract from here first. Although I can just tell them to dump that rock at this point. So yeah, with that gone, we can move the road up to here. Reroute this way. If we dig out this bit, we can fill this back into this height. I'm not so worried about what little sand is under there. So we can have the road come along here. We'll need to dig through the mountain. And then that clears out the rest of this area. But that will have to be done much in the future because there's still plenty of coal here. Okay. Hopefully I remember those Oh, good. You've got most of it. One, two, three, four, five. 6 for good measure. It is so far down that even this isn't going to be enough. That's 5, 10, 15. This is like 20 below. That wall should protect that from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we need to do that first. So we can go this way, around, and then back that way. I think we need to dig out that bit. I assume you're full? Yeah, that's full, that's fine. As long as that's full, then we can continue to play with this. Yeah. Now, how did you manage to collapse that inward? And build effectively another one of these along there, and we can keep going down. And that'll get us 10 below. How far down do we actually need to get? We'll use this one as the measuring stick since it's the tallest one nearest to us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really? Trying it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. We have to go down 29 just to get to the uranium down there. Five, 10 at absolute optimal. 15, 20, 25. We're only just going to be able to scratch the top of the surface from this bit here. Working on the assumption we can make the optimal cut downward. I'll be curious to see if we can make it happen in the long run. Okay, let's see. Still low on acid, which probably means we're out of copper. Is that causing us a problem yet? It wants to be. I think we may need to duplicate that train at this point. Okay, this is all up and running. Good. And it's keeping up. This is slowly getting loaded. I wonder if it'll know to stop loading at... It must do, because it knows it needs 700 to go and get that amount of imports. And in fact, we didn't need this. We can just tell the trucks to serve them directly. Yeah. Gonna have to delete these manually. Bit of a pain. Okay. And yeah, it's not that important that they deal with this. This is literally just for extra unity. So, not a big deal. Already empty. Largely thanks to the fact that they all use 12 apiece. Yeah, we're absolutely going to need a second acid train. So let's get that on its way. We don't have the materials for it, but that's fine. Okay, we'll leave it there for today. I'll keep nursing this until it's back in full health. In other words, all of our buffers are full again. It's just the main problem is just that we went from using buffer sizes of 400 to buffer sizes of 5,000. And that takes a long time to fill. And the intent was never that we would be running everything flat out. At least not initially. But yeah, we'll leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Tuesday from 4 PM BST onwards. Oops, wrong button. Where our rocket assembly is almost done, so I may pause research. Where we will be working on aluminium and then rockets will be the plan. So hopefully, we'll see you next time. Cheerio.